Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I'm playing Planet Zoo again, and I'm really excited for tonight because I am finally putting red foxes into my zoo tonight. It's going to be great! It's going to be foxes. Of course it's going to be great. So, we really need to get started over here. Right now we're looking at the red fox pen, and it is all glorious and wonderful, but the red foxes, they're not here yet. And also I haven't flashbanged. Let's do that. Hey, come on, come on. There we go. Okay. Cursor light on. And I was far enough out that I didn't flashbang everybody. Yay. So, let's get time running here so that we can get these foxes into the zoo. Because I got enough foxes at the end of last stream, last Planet Zoo stream, and now they just need to be delivered to quarantine and to pass through quarantine. So these are all my foxes being delivered to the quarantine building. There are quite a few of them, so this could take a minute. But still, they're arriving. We don't have to watch that entire process. So, once the foxes have been processed, they will be delivered. Yes, I know you're having to queue up to use the facility. There's that many foxes. Then we will be delivering them to this glorious enclosure that I have built for them. And hopefully there is enough hard shelter for all the foxes. We'll all find that out together and deal with it as I see fit. And once that's taken care of, we just put the gardens in for these lovely backyards that I have created. And everything is going to be copacetic and wonderful. And then I can turn my attention to this enclosure here, and this enclosure here, none of which contain foxes, so I don't care quite as much, it must be admitted. Let's see what we've got going on. Quarantine is full. Good. Staff are having to queue. That is correct. Quarantine has passed for Valerie here. Serious injury discovered. Diseased animal discovered. Okay, we have 2 foxes. We have 2 foxes that have passed quarantine. We're going to set aside the ones that are diseased and injured, but we're going to grab these 2 who have passed. Valerie, Georgia, any other fox? Any other fox past quarantine yet? Just Valerie and Georgia? Okay. Come with me, ladies. Not the badger pen. No path to destination. What do you mean, no path to destination? I made sure there was a path to the destination. Is this path not connected to anything? Hold on a moment. Ready. I am almost 100% certain that this path is connected to something, but let's, yeah, that's connected all right. That is all connected through there. There is no reason for this. Maybe if I do it off pause. We'll grab Valerie and Georgia, Anton and Ian. And why no path to destination? What is going on? Something is wrong, but I don't know what. Is it... Oh, I think I know. This is a staffing issue. How to deal with this? Like, I can put in a second quarantine, but I don't know how to get these guys to go there instead of here. Like, I can drop an emergency quarantine, no problem. I just gotta find it on the list. I don't actually want that there. Don't want that there either. Okay, fine. It's gonna be here then. Let's see here. How do I send you to the other quarantine? Okay, let's see here. In transit, in transit, in transit, in transit, in transit, in transit. I've soft locked myself. That's what I've done. Okay, I should have done the foxes a bit at a time, which would have made this easier. Okay, Valerie, Georgia, Anton, Ian, and Grace. Now that there isn't a queue, hopefully I can move you. No, I can't. Why can't I? I do not understand. I don't know what the problem is here. I have not encountered this before. I'm hoping that this is a staff thing. Okay, Grace. Grace, come with me. Okay, let's leave those guys in quarantine for a moment. Could I say grab one of my badgers? Leon here. Can the badger be moved in here? Is this a fox thing or is this no path to destination? Okay, this is a path problem, but I don't know why it's a path problem. According to this, my paths are all connected up in here. Like, the path is connected. Path is connected, path is connected, connected. Okay, we're gonna try something ugly but experimental. If I do that... Okay, if I take Leon here, now that I made that no path, did I block the door? Animal welfare, breeding, nope, that's none of what I want. Traversable area, staff traversable. Okay, staff can absolutely traverse inside here. And I didn't, like, block the door by putting in the concrete pad. So, is the concrete pad blocking the animals? Like, if I come in here, like this, it might be the concrete. Sometimes the animals don't find things traversable that the humans do. No path. Okay, this is connected. Those are all connected. That's connected. That's connected. I am very confused. Why is this considered inaccessible? I have a feeling that there's like something I hecked up around here. Is it the barriers? Wait, is it the barriers? I can't really reach the other barrier, so I'm hoping to heck that was the problem. Okay. Leon. Or one of your siblings. Well, apparently Leon. Leon, can you enter here? Yes, okay, it was the barrier. It was the thing that was supposed to stop them from walking through the corners of stuff. Okay. I fixed it. It's fixed. Okay. Valerie, Georgia, Anton, Ian, Mateo, Grace, Arya, and Dav. Although, I may have to redo that because I just realized. Undo. That means it wasn't the concrete pad, so I can put it back in. Hopefully, because I did all of that on pause, it will still work. Yes, okay. Deliveries. And you lot also come with me. You also do them here, and then I can delete that quarantine. Oh! Oh, nope, wait, that's a mechanic. Darn it! Bring me my foxes! I demand fox-kind arrive. Where is my parade of foxes? Oh, wait, there they are. Oh, they're coming. Oh, Lord, they're coming. The first foxes are here, and actually, what? Hold on. Hello. Oh, you're male. That's too bad. Okay. You were the second one, I believe. You're female. Hello, Arya. You aren't Arya anymore. As per a channel point reward purchased by Shy Cat last week, the first female in here is being named Wine. Fox Wine has landed. She wagging her tail and everything. Okay, we're just gonna have a quick pause here so I can set up some education. Red fox on that board. red fox on this board. Red fox on this speaker. Red fox on this speaker. Adjust volumes. Very carefully. There we go. Red fox on this speaker. Adjust volume. Like so. And red fox on this speaker. There. Okay, now we are educating the masses. We just have to wait for all the foxes to arrive so I can find out if there's enough hard shelter for all of them. They're going to be a little unhappy until then. But since they're in here now, I can give them grade 3 food quality. So many foxes. Look at all the confetti. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. So, how many animals do we have in here now? 10. We are missing 4 foxes. Are they on the way? They're probably on the way. Let's check the quarantines just to make sure. Okay, this quarantine is empty. This quarantine is also empty, which means I can delete it now. This is going to end up being rounded, and I'm going to be very unhappy. I hate having both rounded and square corners. It annoys me, but oh well. Okay, so we just have 4 more foxes to arrive. Dangerous animal has escaped. Where? Okay, so apparently I need to do some barrier adjustment. How has he escaped? That barrier is inside the wall. Well, let's just tweak that even further inside the wall and hope that it fixes the problem. Oh look, he de-escaped. Oh, that's another fox. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe that's everybody now. Get out. There's apparently a problem in here that I need to address. Okay, who has supposedly escaped this time? Dav? Okay, it's definitely these end caps that are the problem, so I'm just going to adjust all of them. Please, I wish to... We'll yank all of them inside, and that will hopefully prevent escapes. Like, we'll just bring them inside the brick. Because it's probably just that I've got the corners too far out. So we'll just bring them in. It won't matter for the viewing public. But it will matter for, you know, escaping foxes. So just sort of tweak these all into the interior. And that way we can make sure the foxes aren't escaping simply by standing too close to the wall. Quote unquote escaping. Okay. Let's see if that makes the alert go away. Okay. Good. Okay, question number 2. Hi, Jens, you are going to help me. You're going to help me a lot. More than enough hard shelter. Plenty of space. Terrain, too much long grass. Entirely too much long grass. They need more dirt. More dirt can definitely be provided. I'm going to start like around the concrete pad here. Because this, like, around the porches and pads and stuff is the most likely places to have gotten worn down anyway. Oh, wait. I also realized, while I do not actually need this to fix the problem. So it can go. Oh, there's a staff member who's going to be trapped. Okay, they de-trapped themselves. Okay, good. Okay, back to providing soil needs. And now that I look at it, I haven't actually provided my foxes with any bedding either. And I should mow before I dirt. Let's mow before I dirt. gonna leave a little bit of long grass around where the water is, because that makes sense to my brain. We're probably going to end up with too much short grass, but if we get the long grass into an acceptable level, it will be an excellent start, is what I'm saying. Man, where did I miss the long grass? I deliberately left the one patch by the water, but I didn't think that patch was that big. Oh wait, I didn't get over here yet. Okay. Whew. Gave myself a what for there. Yep, we are now in too much short grass territory, but the long grass is nearly at acceptable levels. I just find short grass to be easier to overwrite than long grass, so that's why I'm doing it this way. Now I know there isn't long grass there. Okay, wherever there's long grass left, it's an acceptable amount, so... let's dirt it up around here. And here. We're getting there, we're getting there. Where's another... oh, here's another concrete pad. Okay, we are now in acceptable levels of everything. A lot less soil than they really love, but... for consistency's sake, we'll do around all of the pads that I put in. Which will increase their soil happiness. There. Now, they are happy with no plants. But I do kind of want to have the whole back garden look going on here. So... don't mind me while I allow every continent that they're happy with, as well as every biome. Because we're going to be doing this as a regardless of environment sort of thing. Now, the first thing is I would kind of like to vine up these roofs a little. Preferably with grapevines, but I might have to use wisteria. Possibly I can use a combination, but it's It's funny to me to think of having grapevines. No, we're not adding to group. But I think it will in fact let me do them flat like this. I think it will let me get away with it. Okay. Let's get some random rotation in here. Prevent it from joining the group. Okay, I can't use random rotation because of the way that I'm using this. Okay. That's fine. I don't love having these stems, but I'll work with it. These aren't really meant to be used this way, but I think this might be a little bit too fluffy, actually, for this. I might have to go back to these ones, although those are too flat. Why is there no happy medium? Okay, we'll do like this, and then we'll use the flat ones to fill like that. And then like this. Ta-da! I'm gonna leave this one naked, but I think I'm going to repeat that on each of the other ones, just because I want to. I could actually add the grapes. They're awfully big though, so I'm probably not. Like, those grapes are absolutely massive, especially when compared to the foxes, so... I think I like the white fill better than the red fill. there like that. And like this. And then use this one like in between. And then like this, just to fill in. Even if these hadn't counted as solid as hard shelter before, they will darn well count as hard shelter now. Okay, and then take this. Try and figure out which way is up. Does it matter? Yes. Down here like this. Bring it out so the stem is visible. Yes. And you know what? Over on this side as well. Whoops, too far. Just rotate a little so it looks a little different. Like that. And the thing is, this is barely touching their plant requirements. So I can add more plants than just this. But yeah, like putting up a bunch of grapevines for my foxes is amusing to me. This trellis over here in the corner, I think I will do in wisteria. As long as I have wisteria. But, you know, one thing at a time. Okay, flip this over. Bring her up. You know, come to think of it, I should leave like one more naked trellis just so that the zookeeper's entrance one isn't the only one that doesn't have vines. But which one? One of the small ones, I think. So definitely not this one, because I just went and covered this one. Although the forward coverage is not quite as good on this one as on the others, but... which way is up here? Why is it not obvious? Pretty sure that's upside down. Okay. Bring this out so that we can kind of see the stem, like that. Make sure it's like, okay, that like that. Yeah. Let's see. Well, there's another little one piece one over here. I'll leave that one uncovered and cover the rest. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, since the foxes are happy, let's just let time run rather than doing this all on pause. I hate working for long periods of time on pause. Time stops meaning things after a while. I don't like it. So now we can get some like sound and activity around the zoo while I'm keeping myself busy with this. Like that. Bring this out here so I can tell what height it is. There we go. That's the right height. I'm trying to be careful about like how I do these trellises, simply because I am going to be looking at this place from above most often. So what I see has to work for my brain. So the house that I grew up in had a trellis covered with grapevines that was right beneath my bedroom window. So I kind of know how grapevines look from above when they're on a flat trellis like this. So I gotta kind of get it right, or else my brain is gonna be cruel to me. Why are y'all gathering over here? What's going on? What is this conclave? All the foxes are gathering under the grapevines that I happen to be working on at the moment, and I don't know why, but it's glorious. Okay. That is upside down again. That is right side up. It's happening again. Put this here. Oh, I've got it upside down. I know for a fact I've got it upside down. Wasn't it a fox in the story about sour grapes? Yes! Yes, it was! You remember correctly. I wonder why I'm being careful to use only grapevines for all this. Also, hi Green, it's nice to see you back in the stream. Yes, I know the important alert requires attention. Why does Dav keep escaping? Dav! How did you do that? How the frick frack? That fox teleported through a wall, Green. And then capturing him just shoved him back into the pen. What is even happening here? Oh, too far. Better. Possibly wizards. Wait, they have charisma, so sorcerers, or possibly warlocks. So what you're saying is foxes are magical and nothing can talk you out of it. I see, I see. Well, obviously. You know what, Green? I'm gonna take that as a personal compliment to me. Let's see. Like this. And like this. They're so fluffy. Are you also magic, but you can teleport? I can teleport in emergency situations. It has to be a personal emergency, but one of the stories that I recount for this one is that many years ago, I was at an anime convention with a bunch of friends, and one of those friends bought a katana at that anime convention. It was not a sharpened katana, but it was real metal, and it was, you know, it was a stick of metal. And there was a point that, you know, a bunch of us were in a hotel room watching some stuff on the TV there, sitting on the bed, and he greatly objected to the thing that we were being shown on that TV. So he drew his katana and raised it over his head to pretend to smash the TV. I don't think he intended to smash the TV, but he like whipped it back over his head, and since I was sitting directly behind him, it would have hit me right in the face. Except that as he did it, my shoulder blades suddenly hit the wall behind me. And since I had been sitting in like the middle of the bed, the only conclusion I can come to is I can teleport if it's an emergency. To my life and limb, obviously. We will also note for the record that my friend, once he realized exactly the terror that he had just caused to the people who were sitting behind him on the bed, who was not just me, there were other people, he did apologize, and he was very sorry, and he didn't do it again. So at least there's that. Oh, look at that. There's some long grass that I missed right there. Oh well. Okay, who has escaped? Is it Dav? No, it's not. It's Raz, who has escaped in exactly the same spot. Okay, we're gonna have to put a quick pause on the nature activities. There's obviously something that I have done wrong with the barriers in this particular location. Mayhaps they are not in enough? We will yank them fully inside here. because that's the second time a fox has phased through here in particular. Okay, does that fix it? That did indeed fix it. My foxes really enjoy running around in clusters. Okay, so I have finished with the grapevines. Looks good. I like it. And someone else has escaped. I may have to do something about this. I think I'm gonna have to put a curb that prevents the foxes from getting too close to these walls. Which, annoying, but... Alright. Going to pause in the gardening activities. Okay. Brick. Dennis K, hello! Welcome back! Let's see. Here we are, wall-based trim. I think if I just put a bunch of this around the edges, the foxes will hopefully stop escaping. The German guy is here. Well, welcome back. Because I think officially the foxes aren't allowed to climb up on this. So... the only problem is that there's like no good corner thing for this stuff. I kind of hate the existing corners, but we will deal with that later. Put that there. And man, apparently I can't get it to line up perfectly. That's great. See, that's my problem with the corners. Look how big they are. I will deal with that later, though. For the moment... just gonna go all the way around. Let me see the corners. Just give me a sec here. Oh, I see what part of the problem here is. I think that officially these walls... like, I have not changed the elevation on this, but it is significantly lower on this side than it is on the other side. Okay, if I put that there, then we can come out here. This would be the corner, which I can definitely sink into the ground, but this is what it does just by itself. I hate having to adjust them rather than them being the same depth as the curbs, basically, because it's so large. I dislike it. Maybe put the barriers a bit... Yeah, I have, but the foxes keep phasing through the wall with their animations anyway, which is why I'm now putting the curb on. Like, as you can see, like, you can actually see the barriers when I'm working. These are inside the glass. There is no reason why the foxes should be making it through, is what I'm saying. But they have, they're phasing through the walls, so... So we deal with the problem. As I believe the foxes are prevented from stepping on the barriers. So this, like on the curbs here, I believe the foxes are prevented from doing anything with that. So this should hopefully keep them far enough away from the walls that they don't do weird things. Hopefully. Yeah, but it doesn't help if the foxes keep animating themselves through the walls. I've had the same problem with the sand cats, actually. The sand cats, there's some sort of animation that they do that somewhere in the frames they actually push themselves, like they animate themselves through a wall and to the other side of a barrier. Now, they only do that with the constructed walls and not with the in-game barriers, which admittedly is a little weird, but... Well, at least I haven't done extensive testing with the game barriers the way that I have with constructed walls. I don't love the look of the in-game barriers, I have to admit. This. But yeah, the sand cats do it to me all the time. Because I love the sand cats and they keep ending up in zoos that I make. And they just like project themselves fully through the wall. Okay, I've been doing this in a straight line. What is going on here? Something is very wrong. I need to start over. Did I not set this against the wall? Did I set this on the ground instead of the wall? Is that what I did? It's probably what I did. Okay, let's make sure that this thing is set to the wall rather than to the ground. Like that. It is definitely set to the wall now. Okay. Like this. Like this. This is the advantage of having used the red brick, though. The red brick does have these curbs, which I believe the foxes won't do the animations on that's projecting them through the walls. Although I haven't caught what animation it is, so I'm not 100% sure, but we'll find out, won't we? Won't we? Like this. Like that. I'll come back around and do the corners last. The outside corners, I mean, the inside corners take care of themselves, so I don't have to worry about them. Okay, yeah, it looks like what I did was I accidentally set the curb on the ground instead of setting it to the wall, and that was causing a whole bunch of problems that I should have caught sooner, but you know, I was distracted by being annoyed. I'll just line these lines up. I know it ends up looking a little odd, but we'll just try not to look at the corners very much. And while I have this oriented this way, let's bring it, whoop, excuse me. We'll bring it up here and do this end. Sorry, Foxchild. Like that. Oh, it just projected the Fox 2 on top of it, huh? Okay. Feels sus, but I'll go with it. Oh man, I hecked those up. I hecked those up big time. Always check from multiple angles, people. Otherwise you end up with stuff like this where there's a gap. A gap that your foxes will probably take advantage of because they're foxes. Okay, is that actually touching the wall now? No, it is not. Is it now? I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Moving along. With moving along. I pray that this works. Although even if it doesn't, it's still gonna look fine. Maybe even nice. So, you know, the world will not end. Like that. Bring that in here. Make sure we touch the wall. We are touching the wall. And then line up the grout lines so that it will fool the eye just a little bit. When done this way, the corners will never, ever be right. Do not expect them to be, and you won't break your heart, is what I'm saying. Okay, that's that side. We haven't had as many problems with this side, but we're going to do it as well because we want to prevent them. I should probably move this. And also, I want symmetry. I desire symmetry. I also desire my foxes to stop escaping because it's driving away my customers. Like that. Make sure we're actually touching the wall here. Like that. Line up that corner. Just sort of the hazy shadows of people through the glass here. It's just sending me. Okay. The nice thing about having these completely separated is that when a fox escapes on one side, the people on the other side don't run away. So that's nice. Still, the foxes keep escaping on the crowded side of the zoo, which really annoys me. Like that. And like that. Huh. That's a weird lump. I didn't realize I'd left a weird lump like that. Okay, make sure they touch. They must touch. Touching is required. You know what? While I've got it like this, let's do the other side as well. Because why reset it if I don't have to? Like that. And like that. Make sure they touch. Line up those grout lines. You know, it's a way that would absolutely not work in real life, but basically if you don't look at it too closely, the fact that the grout lines touch will just fool the eye, and you can be content with it. And by you, I mean me. like so. And then like that. Let's bring this further out so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Touching. Line up those grout lines. That is most of what I'm doing with the way that I'm placing these, is just lining up the grout lines. Okay. The reasonably simple portion of this is done. Now let's get the corners going. Alright, corner piece. Must touch here. Must touch here. But not too much touching. And then like that. And then we bring it over here. Rotate it this way. Despair because it doesn't line up when it should. It really should. We're going to go with a method that's called good enough, because I don't want to deal with this. This is the main reason I don't like to use these curbs. Even though they're handy and they do end up kind of looking nice, these outside corners always end up being a problem. And I refuse to put the corner on and then like fussy the lines to them. It just feels wrong. So it just ends up, like, as you can see, one corner lines up. One. No other corner is going to line up the way that that one corner did. Burns my bunions, it does. You can make it all line up, but you have to do a lot of fussy stuff. Like basically you have to put the corner on, and then you have to set the one piece to it and set the other piece to it, and then do the line, and then do the next corner, and it's such a pain. I hate it. I don't even understand why the corners are taller than the curbs. It makes no sense. So yeah, when I'm not taking the excruciating amount of time to line everything up perfectly against each other, generally what I do is I put a bunch of foliage around, just to hide my shame. Which I may well do here as well. But we shall see. Okay, I have now put a curb around the whole thing, which should hopefully prevent the foxes from projecting themselves in there. You can collect all in light. Yeah. Well, what I would have to do is like put down one side, line up the corner to it, then go in to the next side and line that up to the corner, and do that every time I want to rotate. And I hate doing that. But the good news is when you're this far away, you can't even tell that the corners don't quite line up. So as long as I don't zoom in too close, I can be content. But if it were someplace that I were zooming in on frequently, I would go back and I would do the fussy thing on all of them. But yeah. I still don't understand why they made the corner so much thicker than they made the curbs. It makes no sense to me. But yeah, if you're really fussy about it and you do it really slowly, you can make everything line up all pretty and stuff. It just drives me nuts to do it. Okay. Back to the great planting, I hope. Although first, I should take this and put it someplace else. Like if I put it over here instead. Hello, Dav. You're one of the ones who's escaped frequently. You're going to help me with my plants. I think we use it the wrong way as... You know, I don't know what Frontier's actual thing is for it. I am just mystified. Okay, over here we have this trellis, which now that I look at it is off center and I really need to fix it. So one moment here. You and you need to go this way. Oh, yes, thank you. So much better. Okay, back to a fox. Hi, Dav. It's going to be really hard to overdo the fox's requirements on plants, but... Now, it should be all the way at the bottom here, we have wisteria, which I would like to put on this trellis because it's pretty. Okay, how far inside has this thing projected itself? Oh, not very far at all. Okay. I need a smaller cluster. That is a bigger cluster. I might be able to make use of it anyway. Oop, nope, nope. We cannot let the blossoms be into the ground because I will be able to see that. So... that's the same one. This is the main problem with the wisteria, is that it is so big. And I just want little bits. Like that. Oh, why is the trunk out there? That was the wrong one. I want the red one. I think this might be too tall. Like, I do want stems that reach the ground, but when we start ending up, like, over the roof, we have a problem. Oh, this seems to be a little piece. Too much game, too much. I want a trunk that reaches the ground, but without putting the wisteria flowers into it. Why is there no trunk piece that doesn't have flowers? And it happened again. Okay. We'll figure that out in a second. I may have to jury rig this. Why do they keep being on odd angles from each other? What is going on here? Why are they all 90 degrees from each other? This is a little tall. I might still be able to make use of it, but it's taller than I want it to be. Can we make this work, chat? Let's try and make this work. Grab this. Bring it over and down. I get to use the wisteria so rarely, and this is exactly why. But I think that works well enough for me. Alright, Jens, what have you done? You've gone up on the curb and somehow... How? The barrier is fully inside, Jens. How did you do that? Okay, we're gonna do a bit more tweaking here. Apparently just being inside the glass isn't enough. No, we must be even more proactive about this. And why are they only projecting themselves through the glass walls, I would like to know. Okay, that is fully inside the wall. we bring the barriers all the way inside the wall. I am aware that I could just do a flat line across here and it still wouldn't affect the people, but I would really like to make this work. Also, I really want to know when the foxes project themselves through these walls before they walk out into the main part of the zoo. So... okay, let's see how that does. Alright, Jens is back inside. Man, my gardening just keeps getting interrupted. I don't know why people keep running away from my foxes. They're guaranteed not to have rabies. And they're foxes. Non-rabid foxes don't just, like, run up to humans. You know? They don't just chow down. Okay, I am not going to put trees in here, but I would like to have a little landscaping besides just the grapevines, which amuse me forever. Hopefully between moving the barriers and putting on the curbs. Apparently I've got to move the bamboo feeder because that should not have been on the path. That is all the way over there. What is it doing? How? Why? Foxes! Oh, thank you for tossing that further into the enclosure because the meat being projected into the path is really upsetting. Anyway, I was saying, I want some landscaping. Like, I feel like these folks here would have something. At least along the edge of their backyard. I'm not putting fences in on this because I think that's a little too precious, and also there aren't very many fences that actually go with this sort of thing that I wouldn't have to build myself out of bits and bobs, and I just don't really want to go to that level. So I feel like these folks would like line their backyard with something. So I'm looking for something in a line, not the azaleas, I think. I keep saying it like there's actual people here, but this is supposed to look like it was built by the zoo, so... we have the foxgloves. It would be kind of funny to put the foxgloves in the fox enclosure. Oh, but they're... yeah, that's a little bit of a difficulty. We're not putting foxgloves in. We may yet put goldenrod in, but not foxgloves. I love sunflowers. I love sunflowers, but I'm not using them anywhere in the zoo because in a nocturnal zoo, sunflowers as a display item do not make any just doesn't make any sense. Cowberry it's a little wide for my purposes. It's close to what I was thinking, but it's just this is a little broad. You know what? I'll use it anyway. Because I can make it narrower. We just bring it down by insulting its parents. And just sort of like this. I believe these are considered traversable by the foxes, so I can get away with doing this. I'm sure I will be informed by this fox if they feel trapped. That. Forgot to put this on plant. You know what? Wait. Yeah. Like that. And yes, it is traversable by the foxes, so... But I like the idea of leaving that gap there anyway, so... let's take this one and just sort of... Much better. And you know, while I'm at it, I want some leaves. Because the poor foxes have no bedding. Definitely an oversight on my part. There. Now they have a bit of bedding here and there. Heck, we'll even give them one under here as well. Not here, though. Okay, so generally speaking, if any of my foxes escape at this point, I can just ignore it and they will de-escape themselves. I'm still not entirely certain how they're doing that. Like, that fox just walked right through that wall. That ain't right. But, yeah. Oh, there is one other thing. Yeah, they don't have enough enrichment. One moment. Filter species R red fox. Enrichment. Let's see. Enough toy enrichment, but not enough food enrichment. So basically they're not sharing. So pop down another Skittle feeder over here. I love the Skittle feeders, even though it makes no sense for all that meat to come out of that tiny feeder. Put down another dog ball somewhere. How about like here? And another bamboo feeder, which I will put over here because I think that's just a tennis ball there. Okay, 100% food enrichment. Now we just need some toys. I want to put down another tennis ball. Let's just put that there. Let's put down a colorful ball over here. One more thing. One more thing. Let's put down another blood scent marker because I don't think I have one on this side of the enclosure, so we'll just pop that down right there, and still not enough. Congratulations, kids, you're getting another tennis ball somewhere. How about over here? 98%. What do you kids need? How about another gift box? There we go, 100% on enrichment. Great, back to me trying to figure out landscaping. Let's see here. I do like the foxgloves, but they're just... the clumps are just too large for my purposes here. The irony would have been spectacular, though. I want to use the goldenrods, but I can't figure out a good way to do it. Oh well. I don't really like the twin flowers. I think I can probably figure out some place to use these lavender teas. Like maybe along here? Yeah. Like, I have no intention of going overboard with the plants. I just want to, like, create an illusion here and there. Like that. Line this up like this. It's all illusions. Hey, Chris, help me out here. We're at 18% of their total needs. I want something else to like line along this wall. The red brick is just so much without something to relieve it. So I'd like to have something. Not grass. I decline to deal with grass in this particular case. Maybe daffodils? I have not had a chance to use the daffodils very much. They're very short, but they're also very bushy, so it makes it a little... I would like to use the daffodils, so I'm going to. And random rotation. There is a method to this madness, folks, I swear. Mainly, which is, you know, go through and make a line with the mediums. Doesn't have to be a precise line, or even a particularly filled in line. And then use the small ones as filler. As much as is needed. Whoops. Right up until I do that and then have to start again. So now in this zoo, it is perpetually both spring and fall. It's great. My lovely supernatural zoo. We do end up with like a weird thing going on here, but I finally got to use the daffodils! Alright, I need a fox. I need a volunteer. Where are you? There's one. Ian! Hello! Hi. How's your plants? 19%, huh? Okay. I think this would become another defined-ish area, but I've an open-ended one, like side, side, no end. I don't really want to do it with the hedges, though. I don't believe that the foxes can walk through the topiary hedges, so I want to use them sparingly. Oh, right, gotta turn off random rotation. We could use the dwarf cornels, but no, with the grapevines right there, these look a little small. Elephant grass is the same problem as the topiary. Animals can't walk through it. Useful for some things, not so useful for what I'm trying to do here. Goldenrod, we go back to... I want to use it, but it's just... it's a lot. The hawthorns are just too fluffy. I could like do a line of hostas, but no. No, definitely not. I don't want to overdo it, but I also don't want to underdo it. Oh, no, not the corn. Not the corn! Nettles? I'm not sure whether or not the foxes can walk through the nettles. But I do like how they look. Well, you know what? Let's find out if the foxes can walk through the nettles. Like that. And then well, that answers that question. The foxes can definitely walk through the nettles. I am still really unsure how they're getting through the walls, though. Also, why is this all ripply? I thought they couldn't walk on the curbs at all. Like, they can't walk on the curbs here, but they can walk on the curbs here and here? It makes no sense. Very weird. Okay, so... progress. I don't feel like I need to do anything in this area. I feel like this is good. This is good here. I'm reasonably content with along here. This, I think, is perfect. We need a bit in this corner and a bit over here because we have the little bit, but it's not enough. We need more. But this corner especially needs stuff addressed. The question is what to do about this. Like, I could make a line that would be a shared backyard between these two back doors. I think that's probably the way to go with this. Let's see, what have I got? This time I'm going from the bottom up just to make sure I'm not constantly reusing the same plants. I just cannot stand the twin flowers, especially inside an enclosure. I hate how they always face the same way. Like, look at this. The flowers actually rotate to keep facing me. I hate it. I need something that's already in a line or something that's easy to put in a line. Dang, I'm already back up at the nettles? There's the Lord and Ladies, but they're so small. It's good using them like in between other plants, but trying to use them as, you know, a marker, not so good. I could reuse the Labrador teas, I suppose. Let's reuse the Labrador teas. If I yank them downward, they'll look different enough from the other ones, I think. And I'm fairly certain this is considered traversable by the foxes. Like this. And even if they're not considered traversable by the foxes, that hole should be big enough. Hey, you, Grace, tell me, is this traversable to you? It is fully traversable. Okay, we are good. We are good. We are absolutely getting there. Now, I could cover this entire enclosure with grass and flowers, but I think that might be a bit much for this application, so... Okay. Now, this area is feeling extremely barren to me, especially this wall, because this wall doesn't have any windows in it. This might be the place to finally use the goldenrod. Oh hey, there's no windows! I can use the goldenrod here. Excuse me. Goldenrod, goldenrod, goldenrod. Not far enough. Not far enough. Come on, they're in alphabetical order, woman. You can find your goldenrod. F. There it is. Well, that's absolutely not what I wanted. Let's try that again. Don't mind me while I mess around. It'll all be fine in the end. We'll just make a gorgeous goldenrod hedge here. Yes, I know I'm not rotating them, and I should, but... only goldenrod would stay where it's put. I actually think that goldenrod is quite a beautiful plant. It is. I like how it looks. It is a pity that it's such a common allergen. But, you know, that's the way things go sometimes. The foxes find the goldenrod fascinating too, apparently. I have no idea why they're shoving themselves in there, but they seem to really enjoy the goldenrod, so it was the correct decision to put that there. Okay. We have reached 27% of their plant needs, which is respectable, but not overdoing it. I think this is good. I might want to bring this out a little further. Like, let's grab these. And yoink them this way a bit more. Like so. Yeah, I like that better. So, we have all these lovely grapevines, and my personal and private amusement about putting all these grapevines in the fox area. We have some backyards, quote-unquote, set up. Although we are very bare back here, it's fine. We do have this big open area in the middle, but I think this is good. I like this. This pleases me, and therefore it should please all of you too, right? Right. Oh, actually, you know, while I've been checking these things, hey, Crystal, tell me, can you oh, no. Oh, that's interesting. Nominally, they cannot traverse these hedges, but because I've placed them so low, they've got some leeway-ish. That's funny. And you see, I didn't take away a lot of their terrain by doing all this. They've got all the hard shelter that they need. They have bedding. Their terrain needs are met. Their plant needs are fine. Welfare, nutrition, like welfare overall 100%, because nutrition, social, habitat, and enrichment, all 100%. We are glorious. I will turn off this eye-searing view. I apologize for staying on it for so long. But yes, behold! I worked really hard on this, and I'm very proud. But yes, this is the finished red fox enclosure with our glorious front gardens and paths and stuff like that, and the houses with all the different roofs, although part of me wants to change that roof because it kind of sticks out. And all around the outside we have these glorious facades and the occasional shop. All the way around. And then inside, of course, we have a beautiful viewing area where everyone can see very, very clearly. And nicely decorated with lots of grapevines and a little bit of wisteria and some other plants and stuff to define some quote-unquote backyards. I'm so happy. Oh, this is almost exactly how it looked in my head. Oh, I'm so proud of me. I managed it. I did it. I could go through it, I could fix the curbs, but I'm not going to. I might do that at some point between streams if it starts to bother me, but I'm not going to fix it on stream because it is really frustrating and makes me grumpy. And I don't think any of you are here for grumpy me. I think grumpy me is not a very nice person to hang around with. I do need to change that one roof. It needs to be darker. It's like sticking out like a sore thumb amongst all the others. It bothers me. So I am going to fix this. So gonna get in here. Going to grab all the pieces of this roof. Have I got all of them? No, I do not. Okay, that's the whole roof. We're not going to talk about what these two roofs are doing when they touch. And this needs to be a darker color. So like, what if we just yank it down this way? We just sort of beige it a bit. Okay, it's still a different color from the other roofs, but now it blends in a little more. That's good. Perfect. The only problem now is that I must now turn my attention to the next enclosure, and I don't have a clear idea of what I want for that one. So that's tricky. Oh, and that is a bot and will be dealt with. Oh, bot, you shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have come to this stream. This stream is not a place for you. Goodbye. Okay, so take care of that. Back over here. Now, I have 3 enclosures that I need to build before I can put any animals in. I think. I need to build this one because that's going to tell me where my river ends, basically. I need to build this one because this one and this one are going to be sharing a water purifier that is going to be around this area somewhere. And I should build this one because the staff area that I build here is going to serve this building. And this one. The keepers for this one are going to be out of this building. Like out of this staff building here. But the water purifier, it has to be between these two. But I need to build this one so that I know exactly what this path is doing so that I can build this one and this one. So the question is, which one do I build first? I have to build them and then install the animals later once I've built the staff buildings, but I think I actually might be building this one last. I think maybe I should work on this one because it's going to make a lot of decisions for me. Especially with... I have an enclosure that I want to put down here. But I'm gonna need to like run a path that goes around this and this way. I really need to do something about this train track. It is very ugly unto mine eyes. And the path is going to have to cross this train track somewhere. But yeah, in order to figure out all that stuff down there, I need to figure this one out. So I think I start with this one. And actually, would it be better to service this one out of this building? You know, it would. It would absolutely. They're so close. And then have these two served out of that building that's going to be between them once I figure out where it is. Yes, okay, I can build this enclosure here and install the animals. That is the perfect idea. So, it comes time to reveal exactly what I've been planning to put here. And that is something very noisy. I intend to put the spotted hyenas in here. Because I can, mostly. So, to the encyclopedia. Hyena. There's two different hyenas available in the game. There's the spotted, and then there's the striped. And I decided on the spotted simply because I haven't had the spotted in any of my zoos before. So that was how I chose between the hyenas, because I hadn't done the spotted ones yet, because I actually haven't done a lot of African animals in my zoos. It's just the way it has been going. So let's see here. We can have up to 4 hyenas in here, which is 1,438. Which explains why I have these like this, but we're probably going to end up with more area than the hyenas need. But I would like to have it along the tracks here, just because the tracks are there and they're not going anywhere, so I would like to have part of the enclosure to go along the tracks, and part of it to... Now the question is, do I have it follow this odd curve, or do I put a straight edge, like in here, as a viewing area? The straight edge would be a lot easier. Yeah, let's do the straight edge. So let's keep the 4 meter. Make sure I'm on the correct path. And we'll bring this like out here. And then in like as straight a line as I can. And in fact, this will make absolutely certain that that is a straight line. Do I want to take it this far? No, let's not. Okay, so if I build along this line, we're still going to end up with an odd-shaped enclosure, but the viewing area will be nice and flat. Now, I need me some wall. Some nice wall. Not bamboo. Not just plain concrete either. We could use the conservation wall for this. It does have the advantage of being extremely recolorable. I don't know that I love the look of it though. I find the conservation wall to be kind of, no matter what color I make it, it kind of looks cardboard to me. We could go with the corrugated, but that's ugh. Ugh. What did I use for the badgers? I think I used either the English stone or the dry stone. Oh no, wait, I used the European rustic stone for the batters. Okay. As long as we don't repeat that, as long as we don't reuse that right here, we're good. Not the glass walls. I think that's a little bright. I don't know why it's flickering. I do apologize for that. Let me back up far enough to make it stop. Ice block, inappropriate. Sandstone, I don't think so. Indonesian brick, once again, very recolorable. Not my favorite for the hyenas, though. Metal plank. I use metal plank as little as possible because I find it so industrial. Animals deserve better than industrial, is what I'm saying. We could go with the mud. The mud is a possibility. I do not mind using the mud walls for the hyenas. Oceanian woven bark we're not even going to consider. It is useful in only very certain applications. Painted brick is not the thing. Plaster, so-so. It's not dissimilar from the mud walls. Oh, it looks like another fox escaped. It's not dissimilar from the mud walls, but it has less texture. So I think I'd kinda prefer to... sandstone brick is a... I don't like it for this. Oh? Oh, that wasn't an escape. That was low welfare. Why are my fossa not being looked after properly? Did I forget to give them level 3 food? Let's see. Snow block is absolutely inappropriate. Stained wood can be useful, but I'm not feeling it here. Stone brick has that concrete look again. The temple walls are... no. You know what? Let's use the mud. Let's use the mud. Do I still have random rotation on? I do. No wonder things are weird. Let's go up and grab the mud wall. You know, if I ever get back there. Okay, there we are. Give me one moment here. Rotate this very carefully so that it lines up-ish with the path. I think that's the best I'm gonna get. It's not actually lined up properly, but we'll work with that in a bit. That is my viewing wall there. Now, if I take the arches and just overlay them. Oh, yep, that rounds the upper corners nicely. Perfect. Oh yeah, definitely gonna have to do some recoloring. I don't actually want to do this in the default, but this is an excellent start. I will line it up properly. As we can see, I'm just slightly off kilter, so I just have to fix that. And I will figure out a color that makes me happy. But first, we're gonna go and check on the fossa to see if there's anything that I can fix. Number 1. Yeah, they're already on grade 3. They're on grade 3 food. The complaint is I couldn't stay longer to look at the fossa, which is not really much of a complaint at all, in my opinion. Cleanliness and barrier status are perfect. So nothing looks wrong from the habitat gate. Where are my not cats? Where are my cat likes? Oh, there's one. Whoops. That is a plant. That is not a not cat. That is also a plant. That is also a plant. That is also a plant. That's a fossa. Okay, this is not the one who was distressed, but 100% across the board. I don't understand. Why was the welfare low there for a bit? That is very strange. Where's your girlfriend? Also 100%. Weird. Very weird. The fossa are very special. They're animals that I actually did not know about until they were available in Planet Zoo. So it's just been fascinating all around having them. So I have no idea how accurate these are, but look at these special little creatures. If this one would actually stay at an angle that I can... Like it's almost a cat, but it's not quite a cat. And the noises. Yeah, okay. Oh, the foxes continue to be beautiful. Okay. So let's take this. And I will adjust it. Too much, apparently. There. That is perfectly lined up along that bit of path. Well done, me. I love that people are coming to this side of the zoo because of the foxes now. Once we have the hyenas, they'll come to this side of the zoo even more. But yes, where was I? Okay. We're going to hyena. Okay, what is pretty for a hyena, she asked. Well, the highest one here are 2,000, nearly 500. I want to believe that they can be better, so we'll look back again later, and hopefully I will remember the number. Okay. Now, I can also adjust color without going into the editor. Mudwall detail. Okay, we don't have any of the detail on here, so we can't adjust that yet. And Anton has escaped. Don't worry, he'll put himself back in. It'll be fine. Yep, there we go. He put himself right back in. Now I'm thinking maybe a nice cool color. A green, a blue, maybe a purple. Oh, the detail is on here. Okay, we will be able to adjust things. The green is too intense. I know that the hyenas, they're gonna want a bunch of dirt and stuff. So, you know, maybe we go into the purple family. And we just sort of, like this, maybe? I like that. I like that. I like that. And then we stay in this family and start messing around with, like, we make this, the pattern, like, really dark, maybe? Like that. And then we lighten around it. Like that. Ooh. I like. It's nice. This is good. I can definitely work with this. And I will work with this. But first, I am actually going to take my break. I think I may also want to have another viewing area, like over here. It's going to be interesting getting the right amount of area, but I think putting another viewing area over here it would have to be like over here. After break, me is going to figure that out. For the moment, though, I'm going to save because I haven't actually done that yet tonight. There we go. And I'm going to take a quick break. I need to refill my drink. I have to have a quick stretch. I would very much like a bio break. I probably should run some ads. Probably should. So I will take care of those things, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, and thus it is time to get back to building this hyena pen that I started on. So let me get back to the zoo. There we are. I really do need to fix those train tracks. And this path may not hook as strongly as it is now. In fact, I think I might back it up. Let me just... Yeah, take it back to there. Because I'm thinking that I should make another viewing area over here. And it's easier to do that first and then build the path. Now that I have this started. So, enter group edit mode. Select all of this. Oh, you know what? I'm going about this in slightly the wrong order. One moment. We actually want to take this. Rotate it so that it's sort of lining up that way. And like this. We'll leave the 500 the way that it is. Now, one thing that is a bit of a concern is what the land is doing here. So I think I might want to do a little shoving around here. Smooth, maybe? I want to make the slope less of a slope. Perhaps smooth is not the right tool. Let's give it a little push. There's method in the madness, I swear. I don't actually want to flatten it, I just want to make the slope less of a slope. So I'm just giving it little taps. And then smoothing over. think that's better. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's better. So what I want is another viewing area like along here, outside of this line. So now I take these all of them. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've got all of them. We duplicate. We rotate. And... Okay, yeah, we'll put that here. I actually am going to make this corner pretty square here, just to make things easier on myself. It's partially because of the patterning. I don't want it to look weird. So if I do this corner like this, you see that looks pretty good. And the main problem here is that the pattern is only on the grid pieces. It's not on the non-grid pieces. So it does make things a little tricky when you're going for alternate shapes. And it means that the pattern is not going to be continued for the people on the train. They're just going to have to suffer. But this is kind of what I'm going for here, and I can see that I do need to do a bit more. I need to hit this. Oh, I hit it a little too hard. Smooth. I'll just bring that up a little. Ow. Whoop. That's not my cell phone. I'm not responsible. Okay, this bit gets pulled up a little. Whoop, too far. Smooth, 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 smooth. Okay, maybe I can fix this with pathing. We'll find out. Now, because I did this all on the foregrid, I should be able to grab this grid, yoink it over here, and say there is a path here. And that has done a pretty good job of pulling the earth to where it needs to be. And we're still not perfectly flat inside, which is all for the better. So now we know that this path comes around here and then probably goes this way. but I'm not going to mess around with that until I have more of this enclosure built. So take this, duplicate this piece here. The pity is that this wall I am definitely not going to be able to use these pretty blocks for, unless I do it as a separate group. Do I want to put myself through that? I may want to, but getting the colors to be the same is going to be such a pain. Unless I... One moment. I mean, I could make it like a weird square, but I don't really want to. So let's do like that. And then select them and split the selection from the group so that they become a fresh group. And then we'll turn on angle snap so that hopefully I won't have a heart attack. Okay, so it's gonna be a little angled, but hopefully I will be able to disguise that from myself. I can work with it, I can work with it. Bring that out here. Oh, wait. We need it to be... Need it to be there. Ish. So it follows this line. This is not the place where it's going to be, but the main question then becomes where to put the zookeeper entrance. Probably around here. But I think I need to figure out where this wall is before I work that part out. So okay, grab this like that. I want to do this, but I can't. Ah, well. Okay, I need... Yeah, I need the 2 meter. That goes there. Make it upright. Line it up with the wall like that. Line it up like this. Oh you know what? I may be able to do this just about perfectly because I used angle snap. Oh, that will make my heart happy. And then bring this out on this side so that it lines up on that side. It is a pity about not being able to continue the pattern. But if I put like a tree or a bush or something like big and fluffy in front of that corner, like I'm gonna have to fill in this area-ish somehow. So I'll figure something out. Okay, leave that group. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to enter that group. I just want to select that group because... And now, the very important question of why is this one sitting higher than that one? Oh wait, it's an optical illusion. It's just an optical illusion. All right. When I look at it from above, it looks like it's sitting higher, but when I look at it from this level, it's sitting at exactly the right spot. That's spectacular. Okay. And like that. And now we enter group edit mode and we just duplicate this. Like so. You know, I could do a flat line back here. I don't have to follow the train tracks the way that I did for the Badgers. Like, I would like to have a bit of viewing for the train, but... like, if I go... Oh, I'm not going to be able to have a pretty corner on this here. It's a good thing that I have the tree there, and I'm pretty sure that's an African tree so that I can keep it. But like, if I do like this... and then... like that. And where'd the arches go? There they are. And then arches. I can't do any more train viewing unless I bring the enclosure all the way over here, and I don't want to. At least not with this group, but I might be able to do it with the other group. Let's find out. Go into this group. We'll just... actually, no, was I using the window bases or the windows? Window base. Huh. Okay. Like, if I... I could put like 3 windows of train viewing, like right here. without making the enclosure too much bigger. Or I could just do 2. Like if I do 1, 2, and I just come down in a square. Like like this. I hecked up my measurements somewhere. I hecked up my measurements somewhere. You know what? Let's leave that corner the way that it is. See, it's this part that I don't like. I think I would like for this to be more of an angle rather than what it's doing now. Like if I can figure out an angle that will like cut that corner right there, or even like fully 45 degrees, because I think 45 degrees is easier. Yeah. Alas, we don't have the patterns again, but there's no good way to unless, one moment, we take them like that, then we select them and split them from the group, and then rotate 45. I am definitely going to have to fool around with the terraforming a bit more probably, but we have the general shape here. It's going to be vaguely heart-shaped. But I think this is going to cover the area that I want and then some. So I think this is the way to go. Now, hyenas. Okay, these are less than the ones that I saw before. Good to know. I'm sure there's a place where I could look up online and see exactly like what the top level of attractiveness any given animal has, because we Planet Zoo players, we kind of do stuff like that. Okay, I think it would be best to make the wall off of this piece for meeting these corners, because it'll be easier to juggle that around. So let's get back in here. And I need the non-grid pieces. I have immediately realized my mistake. Put that there, then take it off, and then this one is the right color. Okay, that is upright. This way the pattern still has this is not upright, is it? Something is wrong here. Okay, that is right up against that wall. So that when I oh right, the walls aren't flat on the one side. Oh, do I have all these facing the same way? That's on the inside. I can't tell which way around I have this. Oh man. Did I grabbed the wrong walls. That's what I did. Oh, that's so annoying. So yeah, I wasn't using the base walls. I was using the flat walls. Should I use the base walls? No. No, that just it just won't work with what I'm doing. Okay. So we replace that with flat wall. We will have to remember to fix this. How many places did I mess up? Okay, this is using base wall all along here. That's terrible. Ugh, no wonder I couldn't get it to line up properly. Oh lordy. I'm gonna need to fix that. But for the moment... Actually, you know what? Let's just hop over. Take that away. Replace it with the wall that is the right wall. And ditto over here. That one, and just setting my ends here. Like that. And then I can take out everything in between. And then duplicate to fix it. I was using the base windows all through, so that would still be correct. But this piece, that's a base piece, so that's gotta go. See, now the corners work. See, isn't that beautiful? Speaking of things that work, oh man. I have this backwards. Okay, so take these two and rotate them, and then they don't go anymore. You know, for the sake of my sanity, what little is left of it, we're just going to work with it in the backwards state. The trained people are just going to have to deal. Okay, that belongs to this set of wall. And they're the right way around. Ain't life grand? Ain't life wonderful? See, that's why I don't normally like to use the base. Like, you can get really nice effects by combining like this. But, oh man, it can make things really painful. Okay, hop back to this. We're just gonna duplicate this, put it down, change our minds. And that way this is the right color. And it's also like when you're extending the walls, like what I'm doing, the base just ends up looking weird. Like that. And like that. And for the moment, like that. And then on the other side, we're probably not going to keep it at full extension like this because we're not going to need to. Like, obviously we don't need to. But for the moment, it's going to be more useful if I basically fully commit to the full extension. Like that. Because this should hopefully allow me to center things to my satisfaction, or as close as it gets. And kind of like that. Yeah. Then we get back in here. And we tuck. Just gently tuck that in there. And tuck this in here. And then move on to the outside. Like this. It's always going to look just a little bit weird. There is no way around it. But I can at least try to make it look symmetrically weird. There. Progress. It is a pity that there isn't like a band that I can paste on here. But unfortunately that is not a thing that I am offered. Woe. Suffering. Angst. But I'm just gonna try and keep as much as I can, really. Now, the question becomes how best to do this bit. It's probably best if I do that as yet another group. I hate how many groups I'm ending up with in this particular build. But when it comes down to it, well, let's grab this. Oh, and this is a weird angle too. Yeah, I think the best thing to do will be to make a completely patternless wall that is as wide, make it entirely too long, and then just rotate it until it fits and call it good. Because that is going to be a really weird one. I think I will actually take it off of this grid though. Like I'll run it from like within this group, because this is a fairly small group. But as long as I make it from completely non-grid pieces, I can mess around with it as I need. So yeah. I will... Where's the 4 meter? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna use this thing because it is a flat surface like that. Bring that over here. Make sure that it is the correct height, or as close as I can get, which I guess is there. And then the interior is a little tricky, but there is as close as I'm going to get, so we'll use that. And then grab the 2 of those. try and figure out where they put my... And yeah, just bring this along here. I'm going to make it entirely too long because that's going to make it a little easier on me when I start attempting to make things match up. So we're gonna go this way to an obscene degree. A little bit further, 2 or 3 more, I think. Let's make it 3 just to be safe. Like that. And then we just grab all of the pieces in here. I'm not using the selection square simply because I don't want to be starting to grab the other 2 groups that are under here. So we just fussily grab the whole thing like that. We pray that 30 degrees will actually cover what we need. We despair because it's not quite enough. Oh, look at that. Oh, it could have been a contender. Okay, well, we gotta turn off angle snap. And tweak. This might be. It doesn't gotta be perfect, it's just gotta be close enough. And this looks pretty close. I'm turning angle snap back on before I forget. So I'm gonna bring this like this. And then just come through and delete the extras. Okay. That end's going to be slightly more annoying, so I'm going to do this end first. And tuck. I think that's tucked far enough. And tuck. Because these are the base windows, this is never going to look quite right, but we're all going to live with it, because I cannot and will not fix it. The only thing that would fix it would be rebuilding from the start, and I decline, I refuse. You can't make me, it's my stream. Alright, tuck that into the wall. And then try not to go too far here. Yeah, that's another corner that's never going to look quite right, but we just make sure that it's closed, which it is. And it'll be fine. And we have a full loop. Not that we can actually use said full loop, because there needs to be a staff door, and the easiest place to put it is over here, which is probably going to mess up my beautiful wall. But let's hop over to this group. This one is the best one, I think. So we take that out. And we put this in. Why are you a different color? Why are you like this? Why is your base color correct, but your pattern color is wrong? One moment while I attempt to rectify this. I fixed it. Okay, and this is definitely bigger than what I need. I'm gonna have people complaining about the view because it's so large, but that's the same as the African dogs, really. I'm not putting another viewing wall over here. I decline. I could, though. Okay, how about this? We may make a deal with each other. If I can make the windows face the right way... If I can make the windows face the right way, I will put some viewing in here. Okay, I want the base. I want it to face... Do I want it to face outward or inward? What do I have going on here? Hold on a moment. Let me figure this out. I've got this sucker facing outward. Okay. Oh, I can make it line up. I can make it line up. Therefore, we're getting some viewing along this edge as well. Not the base arch, the regular arch, because that way we can get this cool little framing. Nice. And because this is the same group as these bits, then I can do the same trick with the path over here. Which I will do. Grab this grid, bring it over here. This hole here has become a problem quite abruptly, hasn't it? Okay, well, I will get these out of here because I don't need them anymore. And I think this may be a flatten to surface job. We flatten that through there, which brings it up to the bottom of the wall, which is what we need, and then we smooth it out so that we don't end up with any weird ridges. This is a terrifying amount of space that I have set aside for these hyenas. But there's going to be a lot of viewing for them. Speaking of, this is the prettiest that we've seen so far for hyenas. So, Ogichi here is going to be joining us. One hyena down. Okay. This rise here is a pain in my butt. And I honestly don't know what to do about it. But yeah, let's go back up to the 8-meter path. Whoop. I want this like here. Stop that. I said stop that. See, this is the problem with the land around here. This rise is trying to destroy me. Okay, let's... If I go like that, and like this, there is definitely some major terraforming that is going to have to occur around here because this ridge is becoming less and less viable as time is going on. But I think this is a large area to fill, but I do think that this is the way to have the path going around the hyena pen. And yeah, before I mess with that, I need to install a habitat gate. Oh, blast, and I still have angle snap on. Hold on a moment. Just gonna turn angle snap off. There we go. Okay. Because we really need to make this line up with this wall here. Like that. I'm going to leave it brick for now. Just because. But also partially because that allows me to see just how off angle I am, which is really kind of off angle, but I can work with it. Okay, staff path, like so. I will have to build around this, like I can just stuff some mud wall in there to fill in the holes. But for now I want to remember that's there, which is why I've left it as the brick, because it is super visible and annoying to me. Oh, very visible and annoying. This is just so that this path connection doesn't interfere with this path connection, so I had to do it first. Now, do I want to do that like that, or do I want to force it into a T-junction? What does it look like if I force it into a T-junction? Ooh. Oh, that's painful. Okay, I won't make you do it. The thing is, like, this is actually the best one, even though the corners are super awkward, just because it keeps it straight along there, which is kind of what I need right now. So, like that. I wonder, like, if I take this down here, go like this, and then force this one into a T-junction. We're gonna have some really weird pathing around here, but I am gonna be able to put in those signs like I did over in the east. It's gonna say spotted hyena. Okay, so I bring this out here on this side. And out here on this side. I'm still in the forced T-junction, which is what I want. We'll give this one a nice... We'll get a little bit longer so that we can give this one a really comfy curve. Like that. I don't think we can get anything super comfy on this side, but let's go like that. That is an uncomfy. Okay, let's continue with the pattern. We come out one on each side, which gives me the chance to make a smoother line in, like that, without compromising my windows. I like that. Let's go with that. It's all about whether you force the T-junction or not. Now the main problem is that this is going to be a dead end for a really long time. I hate having dead end paths in my zoo. I just find that they get super crowded. But because I am limiting my crowd, there isn't allowed to be more than 3,000 people in the zoo at any given point in time. Actually, I think I might have it as low as 2,000, so the more animals I put in, the less I have to worry about crowding. But it's still a thing. Someday, when I have the zoo more finished and I'm not changing things, I might come in and turn off the crowd limit and just see what happens. But that's a nightmare for future fox swine. We do have a bunch of weird paths going on here, but I think this is actually kind of nice. And it does really give me, like, the area to put this in, which I think I might actually put the viewing right against the path here on this side, but have a loop on this side. Possibly? Oh, what is going on here? Why do we have 5 They're stressed. They're hungry, aren't they? How could they be hungry? They have food. Why are they stressed? I'm looking at the wrong fox. Anton. Social. Trying to hide. Did I accidentally put a window on backwards? No. No, there's no reason unless he's finding it particularly noisy. This might be a crowd noise thing. Are the red foxes popular right now? I suspect they might be. No, the red pandas are still the most popular animal. Well, I'm still gonna try some noise signs because they're the easiest fix. Bins, benches, and security. Is it in security? I forget where it is. It is in security somewhere, but it's also in my favorites. So, what we're gonna do is like right here. We're gonna put this here. We're gonna make sure it's not sticking through the glass because that bothers the heck out of me. Put one here. And here. And then grab the 3 of them, duplicate, and smack them in over here. Make sure that they are not sticking through the glass, because I hate that. It is touching the glass. I hate that. Much better. Okay. And I'm gonna hope that telling people to be quiet when they're in here helps. Let's find out. Okay. That did help. Okay, the crowd noise was too much for them. Okay, I fixed it. I don't really like using the be quiet signs. I think they're kind of ugly. And I mean, I could sink them entirely into the ground and they'd still work, but that feels like cheating, you know? So, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 looks weird. This is not Roller Coaster Tycoon. Roller Coaster Tycoon does not have foxes. Oh, you two are... whatever you two are doing. Let's look at some foxes that aren't clipping into each other. Here we go. Oh, they're playing with the bubbles. They're playing with the bubbles. Eee. Hi, Slink. Welcome to me squealing at foxes. So, yeah. I did get this enclosure finished. The foxes are doing some really weird and supernatural things with the walls, but we live with it. I finished their glorious enclosure, including putting in a massive number of grapevines because it tickles my funny bone to do so. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, they're interacting. And I got that all installed and everything, so I started work on the next area. What are you people doing? Where are you going? You're going to the badger. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. No. No. Absolutely not. No. Your petition is denied. Nobody is viewing the badger from where I intended you to look at the hyenas. So there. Oh man, last thing I want is for them to be standing on this little curve of path trying desperately to see through this window to the badgers when I built them perfectly good windows for viewing the badgers right here. Good lord. Okay, so now that I have intervened with a hedge, which also prevents me from having to build a railway fence there, so thumbs up, all for the good, all for the better. I'm going to have hyenas in this glorious pen that I have built for them. It's not finished, it still needs... I think it definitely needs glass, because if there's wires, somebody's going to lose a hand, and it's probably going to be a child who shouldn't even be in this zoo anyway. Don't take your children to zoos that are only open at night, people. But anyway, that warning aside, we are looking pretty good here. We have a very nice... We have a full... box for the hyenas. It still needs to be finished, admittedly. We've got to put some probably one-way glass in here. Let's double check here. Spotted hyenas. Relation with humans, confident. Okay, so I don't have to put one-way glass here. I could actually put just glass here. Which is tempting, because it means that I could use, like, the glass walls instead of having to set the glass myself. That's a very tempting prospect. I do like that prospect. Setting that aside, though, one of the things I was doing was I got distracted by my stressed out foxes, but I actually wanted to be putting down some lights. Partially, this helps me tell that this area is in fact covered by power, which is a very important factor if I want to have education boards and speakers and stuff. This bodes quite well, and I didn't even have to go into the power view to find this out. Okay, where are my other streetlights? There they are. You, come with me. There should be one of you right here, and right here, and here, and I guess here, and here, and there. And it's going to be very bright right here, but you know, that's the way things go sometimes. See, now we have a particular answer. This streetlight is not lit up, which means the power doesn't reach here. Which is an important thing to know. Do I want the power to reach here? Possibly in the future. Like the building another enclosure on the other side of this path is a very good idea. But do I need power there right now? Probably not, since I have power here, here, and here. That means that I most likely have power here for my education boards. But we will double check. I'm sorry for the eye searing. Oh, we are beautiful and perfect. Look at that. The entire enclosure is perfectly inside the bubble. So I knew I was going to have to build a staff area around here somewhere. So it will need to have a power for it for whatever enclosures I put in this area. But otherwise, we're good. I just made the OK symbol with my hand, and nobody can see it because I don't have a camera. I'm very smart. Why is this red? Oh, because it's not connected to anything. It's receiving power, but the barrier is very incomplete because it's only a door. So, you know, that's the way that goes. Okay, so I need 3 more hyenas. And we have 2 male volunteers here. Janasu and Azizi. And I think that means I just need 1 very pretty female, or as pretty as hyenas come. Yeah, I have 2 males and 1 female. I just need 1 more female, and I will have enough hyena. None of you are pretty enough. Okay, let's get some glass in here. Which is going to be its own annoyance, but we'll figure it out as I go along. I would very much like to use existing glass walls, because that's just going to be so much easier on me. I wonder if I dare use the modern wall. That just doesn't look right, does it? Especially the way that the lines are crazing off into. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. What about? Oh nope, that also really shows. Oh, that super shows. It looks like I might not be able to get away with using the existing walls simply because of the way that I have set up these windows. Unfortunate. Sadness. Woe. Suffering. I would have liked to use the existing stuff simply because I don't want to. I can't put in the little border lines that I do for windows on the curves. But so the glass is going to look a little unreal here. But oh well. Oh well. Give me glass wall. Not the emissive decal panels, no. I just want some clear glass. Could I have some clear glass, please? Why is there no clear glass? Wait. Glass pane rectangle? Oh, there you are. That's what I need. That goes in there. And we set that in like that, maybe? Yeah, that feels about right. Since hyenas are confident with humans, I can use clear glass instead of one-way glass. Which is a lot easier. There's a lot less of, okay, is this facing the right way? It's mostly a, is this sitting at the right depth? Soon there will be hyenas in this zoo, as well as everything else. Okay, let's see here. Why? Why won't you show me the grid? I just want the grid! Okay, well, okay, these windows are on the same grid as these ones. But these two sets are on a different piece. I had to do some very creative things to make this shape work. Most of what the creative stuff I did was mainly splitting things into different groups so that I could angle walls correctly. Feels about right. And like that. It's so nice to have some confident animals. Being able to use clear glass for once it's nice. Okay, and then this group. These windows are backwards. But it makes them a little uglier. But the train's gonna be going by real fast, so hopefully nobody will care. Right? Oh, stop flickering at me. Don't be like that. I made you look good. Don't flicker. I can't fix it. You're all grid pieces. If they weren't grid pieces, I could fix it by like adjusting them by a pixel. But since they are not grid pieces, Well, since they are grid pieces, I can't do a thing. Okay, is that glass in all of my windows? It's clear, so it's a little hard to tell. Unless I look at it from a very particular angle. Okay, that's glass in all those windows. And in all of those ones. Okay, the enclosure is enclosed. Yeah! Okay, do we have a gorgeous female? Yes! Oh my goodness, she's even prettier than the others. Assissa, welcome. Okay, we have 4 hyenas, which means I really should get on finishing this enclosure. Okay, let's... I hate doing this, but... Okay. Null barrier. Null barrier. I hate putting the barrier on before I've finished. But in this particular case, it's gonna make it easier to finish, so we're all gonna have to bear with it. Like that. There is method in the madness, I swear. Okay, and make that a null barrier as well. Okay, add a post here. Tuck that into the wall. Kinda. We're gonna try and learn from the foxes here. And make sure that this barrier is not something that the hyenas are going to step into. Which means I'm pulling it slightly to the outside. I hate doing this. I really prefer tucking them into the walls. It's just easier to look at. But with the way the foxes were just bringing themselves through the walls today, I've not had these kind of hyenas in my zoos before. I don't know if they have animations that are going to project them outside as well, the way that the foxes and the sandcats do. So we're going to do this the slightly paranoid way and hope for the best. Oh man, I made this corner really difficult for me. I refuse to move the tree. I refuse to move the tree. Haha! I win. There, and now I can plaster up this opening so that it feels more sealed. I think sealed is the right word. And mud. Take this piece, duplicate it. Change my mind. Lady, the bathroom is right there. Just go. I don't really need 4. Can I get away with using 2s? It's not tall enough. Darn you. Darn you. Alright, we'll use the 1x4 instead. Turn angle snap back on. In this case, I'm going to make sure to bring it slightly inside so that it doesn't disrupt the pattern here. Whoops. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That is in the right place, but I wanted to bring that down. Oh. We're not quite meeting the ground here. Fascinating. I'll have to do something about that. Like that. And then duplicate that over here. Like that. And then 2x1 sounds perfect. We'll bring that up here. And use that on top of the door here. There. The door has been sealed. Admittedly, we do have a bit of a wonkiness going on in here, but I can fix that. What we do is we take this piece. Oh, not that piece. Those three pieces. Duplicator. And yoink them in here like this. Like so. Beautiful. Now we gotta do something about the fact that we don't quite meet the ground here. Because more than once I've found that an animal animation is like, oh, there's a pixel gap. The animal can escape through that. So I think I'm just going to go around the entire enclosure and drop a 2 meter, which is overkill. But, you know, we'll fill in the gaps. The main problem here is actually going to be the special angles. But I will figure that out. I need to do this from the inside so that I can actually see. Do I have auto stacking turned off? What is going on here? I have auto stacking turned off. That doesn't help. This is fully a just-in-case measure. Oops, that one's in the wrong place. This is a just-in-case measure because I have been messing around with the terraforming through here. Whoops. So I just want to make sure that I haven't left any gaps anywhere. Like that. And here. 2 meters probably is overkill, but... Okay, that's everything but my manufactured bits. Oh, no, wait, missed one. Hello. Don't worry, you don't get left out. And you know what? I think I can get away with just doing the interior. So if I just duplicate the interior ones, sort of vaguely like that. Are you flickering? You're not, thank you. Mud walls don't flicker as much as the other ones, but that doesn't mean they don't flicker at all. And duplicate, take that down to there, call it good. And then all of these doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be all right. Good enough. Thank you. Okay. That should take care of any gaps that were going on there. There's still some exterior ones that are visible, though. Concern it. Fine. Okay, any more spots on the manufactured walls that are glimmering weirdly? We'd never be able to tell here because of where I put the barriers, so yay. The path is going under the wall there. I do worry a little bit about that. I think maybe I should redo this bit of path. Grrg. This one was hard enough to put down in the first place. Oh, and now the barrier's there, which makes things even harder. Oh, goody. Let's just take this corner. Oh, no. Okay, let's just take this corner and just sort of like that. Still too close. Alright, take this one and whoop. You would think that erasing the path would be a lot easier than this. Wrong path. Okay. We'll go like this. And then... like this. And then this goes here. And this goes here. And then this goes here. And here. Basically, these paths shall never be moved again now, and that's fine. I wonder if I should put one of these, like, here. It's an awful lot of light in that general area, though. I think I'll just leave it as is. Yes, my lighting situation is very weird. I completely understand how it might be hurting some people, but I like it. Okay. So, this enclosure is a few hundred meters larger than it needs to be. And this is for the spotted hyena. And also, now that I have found all the hyenas, we're going to reset the filters for next time, which is going to be a while because I have to build this enclosure and that enclosure and the staff buildings before I can put the animals in. So it's going to be a lot of construction and very little putting in of animals after this. But I suspect I'm going to be spending the entire rest of the stream making this enclosure nice for the hyenas. But we're also still not ready. So, facilities. Media devices and education. Habitat education boards everywhere. This goes here. And a counterpart goes here. Yes, I could put a pretty frame on these, but I'm not going to. And then rotate. Too far. This goes here. You know, you're supposed to come with me when I grab the arrow. And here. And rotate. This is just to keep all of these at the same height, just for the sake of what is left of my shreds of normalcy. There, and there. And then we need speakers. Just sort of put that in there. At about that height. Not that height. That height. And plastic. Oh, there we go. Ha 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 ha! Okay, and duplicate. Oh. Oh. I can do this, but only if I'm very delicate about it. So... we put this here. Basically, we just have to put the speakers down very carefully so that we don't overlap with the Badger speakers. It'll be great. I think the big like the two sets of big like windows, I'm gonna have to put two speakers on. And because it's an odd number, I'm gonna have to put them off center because I can't put them on top of the arches. So put that there and here, and they're just slightly too low. Move them up just a little. Continuing. Here and here, and once again just slightly too low. There. Ha 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 ha. Okay. And we're going to add this to the south work zone. So, staff, work zones, keeper zone south. We add this incredibly large pen to it. And that is probably all that I'm going to be asking them to do. It'll be easier to run these two pens down here out of the staff area. I got a newt! Gloomy Moon, hello! Thank you for the newt! So this one and this one are going to need a staff area around here, so it just seems best to serve them out of there. These guys, I'm really not sure whether they're actually on this side of the train track or not, or if the train goes through them, depending. I'll figure that out at some point. Okay, so the hyenas are part of Keeper Zone South. And so I need a new keeper for these southern regions. Wait, stop, hold up. Don't you run away from me. Keeper Zone South. There you go. Welcome, Eric. Okay. Now we're ready. To the storage! The hyenas must go to quarantine. Get in there. Just don't ask about those Arctic foxes, okay? It's a long story. Alright. So, that is the hyenas set for delivery. We'll just let time run. Turn off the red foxes. Turn on the spotted hyenas, which are way down here. There they are. Now, I'm going to use a pre-built shelter for these guys. I just don't know which one. So I'm just actually going to pause for a moment while I figure that out. Meerkat den with view. Nope, no, that's not going to be good. We have the log shelter. I don't know that I love it for this. It's just I don't want to... I have no idea what I would build for this if I were to build something. So, it's going to have to be like a shelter that's in the middle, because I haven't got any place else to put it. So, I haven't got a lot to choose from, do I? There's the Australian shelter, which, you know, can't be viewed from all sides, so is right out the window. The caves are the same problem. This is very cute, but is not going to provide very much shelter for my hyenas. I think this might be entirely too big. That is adorable, but it's also definitely not what we're looking for here. These are uglier than sin. The log shelters are a little bit better, but I still don't really love them. So I think we are going for this. And first things first, we are going to get rid of this concrete pad. Actually, let's just float it here for the moment. Turn off climbing because hyenas can't climb and thus do not need it. Group edit. Delete, 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 delete. Life feels better already. I have had a thought. So, if we, like, raise this so that all sight lines can see underneath it. Yes, there we go. And then we come in here and we take this log and just shove it into the ground. Ta-da! I feel okay about that. I feel fine about that. I'm hoping that that's enough, but if it's not, I can extend the roof very easily for this. So I think that this is the way to go. And we'll just put some bedding around underneath it, like so, and call that good. We make sure that there is food in here for our guys. I feel like putting it here, but let's angle snap begone! Whoops. No. Let's just sort of orientate it like this. Like that. And... I feel like putting the water over here for some reason. Cannot explain it. Will not explain it, because I can't. A rotation line feeder. Oh, these are fun. Let's put this here for this viewing area. A zebra pinata? Sure, we'll put that over here. A dog ball over here. Oh, one of my hyenas is diseased. No! How could you, game? Chew toy. Let's just pop that down here. A prey scented sack. Sure, let's there. A giant soccer ball, because I can, darn it. I don't like using sprinklers, I have to admit, but we will give them a gift box because it is a gift that I found so many hyenas so quickly. And a blood scent marker that I'm just gonna pop over here because I can. And you know what? Let's put another one like right here. Yeah. Like, I suspect these guys are gonna want like dirt and sand mostly. So I'm gonna have to mow an awful lot of grass. But we will cross that bridge when the hyenas arrive. Speaking of... quarantine. 2 of them have passed quarantine. 1 of them has disappeared. And 1 is diseased. That's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Okay, 3 of them have passed quarantine. And 1 is diseased. We're going to wait less than patiently for our 4th hyena, because I don't want to try and remember. We're also going to move further away from that staff area because I hate being reminded that that one bit of floor doesn't actually extend into a square corner. There we go. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 hyenas. Welcome to your new home. Okay, and they will come straight down this road and in through this door. That's what's going to happen. Oh, I nearly forgot an important part of all this. We put a donation bin there. And there. and here, and here. Also one here, and here. And, of course, because these people are monsters, garbage bin, garbage bin, garbage bin, garbage bin, garbage bin, garbage bin, garbage bin. This is probably not enough garbage bins, but it's all that I'm going to put in for the moment. Eventually I will come around here and I will make signs for the grass areas that say spotted hyena. It'll be kind of like, I'm going all the way over here for an illustrative example. It is going to resemble the signs that I put in for like the Wolverine, especially in that I have a spotted hyena decal like I do for the Wolverines. So it's going to be very similar to that, and I will put it into the grass areas and then, you know, work things up around the grass areas. But that is a problem for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine just wants her hyenas. We'll get the hyenas all nice and set up, and then we will gaze upon my next project, which is right across the path, and I will call the stream there. So that is the plan for the rest of the evening. Why is there a staff complaint? What is happening? Staff are having to queue for 4 hyenas? For 4 animals? Are you kidding me? Come on, hyenas, come on! You can get here! Being patient is hard. You know what? Hey, time. Time can move faster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. There we go. They're here. So, this becomes spotted hyena. And so does this. And one moment while I adjust my volume. Like so. This is the other reason why I like loop paths, because this way the sound does not reach over to whatever it is I put on the other side of the main path. And that's good. Okay, and that becomes spotted hyena. And so on and so forth as we go around. Adjust volume. Yeah, like that. Where's the other one? There it is. And, yeah, it's gonna have to be like that, I guess. And spotted hyena. Man, I put a lot of education around here. I hope people appreciate it. Make sure you cover the entire window area with education about hyenas. Although I'm not going to be able to do that for here, but have to be very careful about volume here because we don't want it to touch the badgers. Like, if it touches the badgers, it's bad. But as long as it doesn't touch the badgers, it's okay. Which is why the train people are not going to be very educated about spotted hyenas. Too close. It's gonna have to be like that. Okay. Okay, we are educating the people. Ogechi is going to help us. Let's fold up the social there. They're gonna need a bit more hard shelter. The terrain is just enough space. I'm gonna have to be careful about plants, but it is enough space. Interesting. They are within happy zones on the grass, both of the grasses. But they need more soil. Fascinating. But okay, the shelter is the easiest thing to address quickly, so let's just get in here. That's a mural? Are you kidding me? That's not even a roof piece. Which might be to my advantage now that I think about it. Take both of those. Duplicate. Extend. That is extended too far. A little bit more this way. Whoop, too far. Good enough, says I. And I can change the color of it too, which, you know, why not? Why not make it match the rest of the enclosure? Actually, you know, let's use the pale color. Let's not make it exactly match the walls. So take this out to about here. Oh man, why did that side end up looking so much better than the other side? Oh well. And then take these and pray that I can do them all at once. I cannot, because the game is cruel and terrible. It doesn't have to be precise, it just has to be good enough to fool myself. Now, why? I'm resolved not to think about this too hard. I wish I could do these as a group, but apparently I'm not allowed. But as long as the ones on the end are pretty close to perfect, I won't notice if the ribs in the middle are bad. That's the way these things work. You just gotta fool yourself. You just gotta fool yourself and so that you don't get obsessed about pixels. Says the woman who's been talking to her foxes like they're people. And like, where is the arrow? There it is. Like that. Oh, no, no. Camera. Camera! Why? And now we need a few more of these because it's bigger in here. There. Just sort of collide that with the others. There we go. Alright. And then 100% hard shelter. We have made progress. Okay, now let's get some dirt in here. We are in the contentment zone, apparently. With just me doing some very random patterns with some dirt. I am fine with that. Also, let's see here. Enrichment is sitting at 100%, which means I have more than enough stuff for 4 hyenas. Go me. I would like to put in some plants because this is feeling very large and barren. Let's turn off what is this? Grassland? Okay. Turn off everything but the ones that they actually want. There we go. Africa grasslands. Perhaps a couple more acacias. Hopefully they won't take up too much room. We are fairly close to their land limit, probably because of the weird shape of the enclosure. But I would like to have some plant life in here. This is feeling like a very large expanse of nothing. So one of these. I like the hookthorn acacias. They're handsome trees. Admittedly, finding a good place to put them is another problem entirely. Maybe just one. Marula is also a fairly nicely decent sized tree. Put that there. Because I could give them a whole bunch of flowers, but I think I'm going to content myself with like 3 or 4 trees that aren't too big. I do love me a sausage tree. See, these guys, now that I've put in the others, I have no room. I have no room for that. I think I would like one more small one just to put like right there. There's the quiver tree. I almost never get to use these. And they aren't big. Doesn't look quite right with the other trees, does it? Little too lollipop when the others are just, maybe an olive tree? That's tempting. You know, I'm gonna hold off on putting more trees because I'd like to put more of the hookthorn acacias like along here. And they're gonna overhang. We've already reached 10% with the trees that we have, so... Like if I take this... Oh, right. Yes. Disable climbing. Disable climbing. Not climbable. Not climbable. Okay. Like if we take this boil and we duplicate him or her. And, whoop, no, that's in the path. We can always move the garbage can, so... And I am gonna mow that patch of grass because it bothers me! If we just sort of put these like this. And then move this like here. That kind of covers up what is going on over there. You can still see it if you like come down here, but I hope to not be spending very much time down here. I do intend... let's take this down a little. Just mow that grass there. It just bothers me. Is there any more long grass that's just sort of like right on the edge on the outside? Or have I successfully got this stuff mowed? I wouldn't be surprised if one of these patches through here has something weird going on. Like, well, that. I can at least keep it prettily mowed until I'm ready to deal with it. Okay, and then this path can go along here. And stuff can be figured out that way, but that is a problem for future Foxwine, who is also going to have to do some advanced terraforming. And yeah, that's a naughty problem for a naughty future me. 2 different knots, all fun. Okay. So, are you guys still good despite me adding all that extra tree? Ooh, that only added 1%. Excellent. It's not a lot, but I do like having the trees in there, basically. It's good to have the trees. Did I get my genders mixed? Did I get my gender balance incorrectly? One moment here. Oh. Oh, I'm supposed to only have one female. I think. Oh, blast, it's a reverse harem. It says 2 and 2. Okay, the ladies are probably fighting. Yep, the ladies are fighting. Okay, okay. We're going to decide this on which of you is prettiest, and as soon as I figure out where to look to see that, and I need another male. Hyena spotted. Oh, hello, pretty male. Please join us. And animals. Oh, thank you. Yes, you're very manly. Okay. Isa is prettier than Ogechi. So, yeah, she gets to reign supreme around here, I guess. Sorry, Ogechi. You're to the trade center with you. Shoop. Yeah, laugh at your rival being removed. Yes, do that. Okay, then Jahi here goes to quarantine. And Ogechi, I guess, is getting sold because I don't... apparently I got her from a private zoo, so... Sorry, Ogechi, back into the pool with you. I really need to do that with these Arctic foxes. They were extras that I got accidentally because I didn't count properly. And now I can't get rid of them unless I bring them into the zoo briefly. So it's great. You know, why don't I take care of that now? While I'm doing housekeeping? The three of you go into quarantine as well. There we go. Alright. Now, am I getting any alerts about people learning the wrong stuff from the train going through this? Oh, I am definitely getting some sort of alert. Education speaker is overlapping. None of them are touching. None of them are touching. Like, these two are touching, but they're both spotted hyenas, so that's not an issue. Why is it saying that this one is touching... Oh. Because it's touching the hyena enclosure. That's annoying. So the badger education is just really suffering around here. That's the way that's going. Okay, 10 and 67 should no longer be overlapping. Yes, good. Making this the light color was definitely the right choice. That was the right thing to do. If I'd made it the dark color, that wouldn't be half so good. And look at that. People are looking at my hyenas. And hopefully they didn't notice the fight because it was far, far away. Yep, they're complaining that the view is fine because the hyenas are far away. That's the problem with the large enclosures. You can sort of elide that by having a walk over the enclosure, but I hate setting those up. As you may have noticed from the advanced talking to that I gave myself, or the grumbling that I did over setting up the hashtag Timberwolves over here. Even though it turned out really nice, it did turn out excellently. Everybody can see the Timberwolves perfectly here. Even though it's a very large enclosure, everyone can see everything because of the way I have this set up. But it's still a pain in the butt, and I ended up with a very large space around the outside that needed to be dealt with. Unfortunately. And you know, I have been dealing with that area, like I've been filling it in with decor. But, you know, that's all space that could have been enclosure, but isn't quite big enough. So, you know. Oh, diseased animal. Which one? Oh, one of the Arctic foxes. Oh, but Jahi is past quarantine. Hello, sir. Come, join your brethren. You need to be part of the reverse harem over here. You're very pretty. I'm sure your lady will love it. Where did she go? She's a different color than the others. There she is. I says happy now. Also, I didn't notice that I had gotten one that was an alternate coloring. Gray fur with brown spots, yeah. Not melanistic or anything like that, just, you know, not brown. Golden. This one's golden. And you are too fast. Oh, you're also kind of gray. Yeah. Oh wait, you're sandy. Okay. We have a gray, a sandy, and a golden. I forgot to check what Jahi is. When he gets here, we'll find out. Okay, I kind of hate what's going on here, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. But... okay, what do we got here? Jahi is... gray with brown. What is the problem here? Why does it tell me 4 if I can't have 4? We're going back to the encyclopedia, and we're gonna... 2 to 4. Up to 2 males, up to 2 females. I have 2 females, the females fight. I have 3 males, 1 male is outside. So why does it tell me 4 on the group size the bachelor group can be 4, obviously, but I can only have 3 if I have a mixed group. Apparently. That's so annoying. Okay, we're gonna double check if he's outsider or if he's outsider integrating. That's Isa. Where are you? There you are. Nope, outsider gender ratio, not integrating. Okay, so I can only have 3 hyenas if I have a mixed gender group. But if I have all males, I could have 4, but Isa's so pretty. Okay, the least pretty male is leaving us. Off to the hyenas. I hate it when the thing lies to me. It's Jahi or Azizi. I think I want to keep the golden one. Which one was the golden one? Azizi was the sandy one, which means that actually Shanasu is the golden one? Yeah, the prettiest one is the golden one. That makes sense. And Azizi is the sandy, and then Jahi is the gray. You know what? Let's have one of each color. I'm sorry, Jahi. You're gonna have to go. How ridiculous is this? To the trade center with you. I'm sorry. You just got here. Okay, quarantine has passed for 2 of the Arctic foxes. Okay, all 3 of the Arctic foxes have been through quarantine, which means I can chuck them back into the trade center. And then off you go. Off you go. Off you go. And I'm sorry, Jahi, I'm sorry. Okay, and I have to go for a bit. Just one moment. Hello! Well, that was a whole thing. Okay, so we have gotten rid of all of the extra animals and taken care of the gender ratio with the hyenas. So all is copacetic in that region. This is ridiculous. There's more zoo people, there's more viewing areas. You can stand in other places than right the axe there. Yeah, well. Eventually people will start to spread out. Admittedly, there's not much to draw them further in at this point because there's no other animals. I will work on that, but it's going to be a while, so I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of complaints about the view of the hyenas being fine. Yeah, I'm going to do a little grass mowing because the shape of the grass around here bothers me. That feels a lot better. Are the hyenas still happy? Yes, yes they are. Okay, we are good. Just there was some really weird square shapes of grass here. I had to fix it. I just had to. So that's taken care of. And so next week I will be turning my attention here. And, well, I am probably going to leave a weird triangle here to fill in with plants or something because, yeah. I'm thinking that I'm going to put the viewing area for this side, like right up against this path, but to have a bow over here. But I think this path is a straight path, so I should be able to pull that off. It will leave a little triangle in here where I will put some very nice tree and other stuff, probably. But yeah, this pen is going to be the one that I work on next because that is going to help inform me as to what the heck this path is doing a little. But mostly I'm going to build this one and then build this one, figure out the path in between them, and then put a staff room somewhere between the two of them. That's the plan. There is a lot of room for the staff area, and I won't be able to figure it out until I finish building the enclosures. So that is the plan. So next week I will be working on this enclosure right here, which unfortunately is not going to get an animal right away because I've got to build these two enclosures and the staff area before I can install animals. So that is going to be a whole thing that will be figured out. I'm thinking viewing area on this side, viewing area on this side a structure. I think I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm going to build something. I need to do some research before I do that, so it's just as well that I'm calling it here for tonight. So I like this view. I'm going to save here because that phone call came in at a very weird time for me. I was just about to finish and then the phone call came in and like turned everything sideways. But yes, so next week when I return to Planet Zoo, I will be working on this enclosure right here, which I'm going to try and make a little fancy. I think I am going to try and put a building in the corner here that is going to be both decorative and serve as hard shelter. Not quite as ambitious as what I did for the red foxes over here, but I'm thinking that I want to try to do that, but I need to look up some photo references and see if the kind of building I'm thinking of actually suits this animal and its region. So that's gonna be a thing. So I'll figure that out. But for the meantime, this is where I'm going to be calling it a night. So I will entirely put all that on the shoulders of future Foxwine. She'll figure it out. But the good news is, if you really want to know about the progress of my zoo and everything that's been happening in here, you can find that on my YouTube channel, which I've just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo, and so you can see the progress of the entire of Zoo Nocturne from start to the stream before this one, all up on there, and all of the arguments that I had, mostly with the camera, along the way. It comes, it goes. My relationship with the camera is always abusive. But, you know, that's how it is. But in case you are interested in other games than Planet Zoo, well, good news. They're also archived on the YouTube channel. There's a playlist there for anything that I have played twice or more, which will keep you busy for many hundreds upon thousands of hours. And yes, that is thousands plural. Ha ha! But you know, if you prefer to see me live, I will be back again on Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. or 7:15 as we have enough people together to form a game. I will be playing either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice, or maybe even Scribble It with my friends, depending on how many people we have at any given point in time. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest possible number of participants. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number of participants, because it is 4 players or less. It is it's a board game that's basically Anime Mario Party, except more chaotic because the characters' powers aren't all just dice related. There's other stuff in there, and there are so many characters. So we have chaotic mad fun with that one. Or, if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice, but not quite enough for a game of Among Us, that's when we pull out Scribble It. It is a Pictionary-style game where one person draws, everyone else tries desperately to remember how to spell what they think that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins. And then, around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me because as they say, they have to sleep at night in order to be awake in the morning. I'm not even sure if morning exists, but they swear that it does, so they have to go sleep. Well, that's when I switch over to my solo Valheim server, where I'm crashing around doing my best. What am I trying to do my best at right now? Taming wolves. I have trapped 2 wolves in a taming pit, and I've been throwing meat at them and hanging around in the hopes that they will love me. As soon as they love me, I will be installing them in my main base so that I have a constant source of wolf meat, because their children are mine once they're tamed. All mine. I might not be a good person sometimes, but in any case, once the wolves are installed, I can finally start poking my nose into the plains region and figuring things out from there, hopefully getting the resources that I need to continue progressing. It has all been set up for going to the plains lately. I am very much looking forward to actually doing something more than setup, so I hope that the wolves will be tamed within the next Valheim stream. Then on Thursday night, it's going to be Try Not to Fall Thursday, as I attempt to finish Gisant, which is a climbing game where I am climbing a cross between a mountain and a pillar, which is basically a lot of cliffs and a lot of me having anxiety because I have a fear of falling. I've made an excellent choice of game. And I made it almost halfway through that game, according to my research, in last Thursday, so I will be attempting to finish the game this upcoming Thursday. We'll see how well that goes. The next bit is very tricky, as I remember, so we'll see. We shall all see. This is a special thing while I wait for Oxygen Not Included to re-stabilize after the big patch and DLC that it just had released. Whenever that happens in any game, it destabilizes the game just a little bit, and I prefer to wait until it restabilizes before I stream it. So hopefully a couple of weeks will be enough time for Oxygen Not Included. We'll find out. We won't know until the Thursday after next, actually. So cross fingers, knock on wood. Yes, I do have a wooden desk. All right then. And then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to be having a conversation with something that I hope to heck is a familiar and not an animal. because if it's familiar, it's going to be a lot easier to reason with. I hope. So it's going to be negotiation time in Baldur's Gate 3 this upcoming Sunday. Hopefully with good results, or at the very least not negative ones. So we'll see. There's a lot of we'll see on this one, on this thing tonight. That's the way it goes sometimes. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where I will finally reveal what animal is going in this box that I showed off at the end of the stream, and start building for it. So that is the plan, and the schedule, and all of the things that I plan to play, and what I plan to do in those, as much as I can plan. I'm not always the best at planning, and some games I can't plan for. So, but you know, whether or not I have a plan, whether or not I can make a plan, I still have a lot of fun. And I've had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!